Yo, welcome in. Look at you, right on time. Oh my goodness. YouTuber just slapped me. There we go. Look, my music is too loud. Maybe that's just me. What's up? I'm gonna have to look that up. Hi, welcome in. Air animation, yes. Here, I'll loop this one. Because I am currently trying to figure out... First of all, I haven't used Clip Studio Paint. So, one, I'm learning this software, and two, I'm trying to just work on studying an animation. I got a couple of things going. I am lost as far as how I should go about coloring this. So I might have to watch a tutorial. So if anybody else is wondering how to color on Clip Studio Paint, then we can learn together. Let me loop what I have. Just a very brief that. I might add some more frames because I was studying that clip from JJK where Sukuna's fighting Maharaga. That's the one. You do. I should make a new emote. Maharaga. That one, and then I did forward as if the wind was coming from behind. That one might need some work, I feel like. And then as if the wind was coming from the top. Hair in the same spot. Playing with physics, playing with wind, big shapes. I draw the ear on top of the ear. Yep. Yeah, so I'm learning shortcuts and such. That's been a bit of a challenge. Some of these are similar to Photoshop, though, which is nice. I like that. Thank you. Thank you. So, I did that thing again where I'm like, oh, I want to just do this little exercise. Neat. I'll practice that. And then I was like, there needs to be a story. So I have a little narrative, but not a narrative, just a scenario that makes it a little more topical, and I kind of want to blend all of those together. And we'll see how that looks when it all comes together. But for now, I just need to figure out how to color it so it shows up on a background. Because otherwise, I'll just have line art. I also need to learn how to export. I don't know how exporting works here, if it's PNG frames or if it's, you know. $2 later. Okay, well, I have an animation now. Yeah, so I didn't start on that here. I did that last night. I was just putting it together, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna leave this because I have no idea how to color. What the most optimal way of coloring is. Okay, I knew that. I can do a reference layer. Sorry, I'm watching somebody right now and walk me through it. Mmm. I need to make another animation here. God, I don't know where any of these things are. No, I don't want a new timeline. Animation folder, that's the one. Color layer per frame? That feels excessive. Oh no, wait, that just happens every time. Never mind. That's what I've been doing. So, yeah. Use Alt-Delete to fill the... whatever. Is anybody else participating in the animation challenge? Or no, the hair challenge, the weekly exercise, not the challenge. Sorry, I'm all over the place. I want to get this wrapped. I just want to color this very briefly, and then I will compile it with my setting, and then I will move on to my project, my monthly, and that one's going to take a bit, but I think I want to do it in Clip Studio Paint, just to see if I can make this my main program, because I feel like this is going to be more useful for me specifically, because it's more oriented towards 2D drawing animation rather than Toon Boom, which is oriented for 2D puppet animation, mostly. That would be really neat. My goal, and this is my aspiration, is that, I don't know if anybody watched Fire Force. I'm not going to spoil anything, but after Fire Force wrapped, the guy who made Soul Eater announced that they were going to do like a Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood treatment for Soul Eater. And so my goal is to just somehow work on that project. I just want to, if it's like, this guy was a thank you, this guy was like a, I want to be in the credits. I want to be in the credits of the Soul Eater new reboot, because Soul Eater is like my absolute favorite anime, and I think it deserves to be treated with respect. It deserves to be remade and finished fully and well, and I want to be part of that. I think that would be sick. That would be like I could die happy if that happened. That would be great. That would be end of my, I'm like, yep, put that on my gravestone, right? So I want to practice in Clip Studio Paint, because I feel like a lot of the anime in-betweening or line cleanup stuff happens in Clip Studio Paint, and so I just want to be familiar with it, so that then I can work towards, I can put out some practice stuff in learning Clip Studio Paint. I can do some exercises. I can find some topics that would apply to what they might be covering in the remake. I can maybe just exclusively do Soul Eater studies and get that style down. That would be phenomenal. I would love that. So I think I'm going to do that. I think that's my new aspiration. Anyway, I'm going to figure out how to color. call this side color. And we're using that one as reference. And I think I can manage to fill things. Refer to other layers? Enclose and fill. Yes. No. No. Well? Yes, but no. Now, the other question is, how do I unpaint? Okay, I have close gap. I'm quite literally just playing with every single number on here to try and make this work. Suppose I could hand paint sections that are broken. And then fill from there. Try that. That's broken. That's broken. These are broken. Shit. That can't possibly count as broken, can it? This isn't broken, is it? What if I enclose and fill? Why is that not applying? Would that cover the... That's not right. Also super excited about a reboot. I always loved it and I hated the ending. Hell yeah. I'm still trying to do something for the challenge this month. Good. I have my thing in mind. And I think it'll be fun. It will be a bit of a challenge. Did my thing break? I feel like this is shorter than it's supposed to be. It certainly beat the hell. Drop this thing so often. We're learning. Well, that wasn't good. those gaps. There we go. Okay. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Fill up vector path. Let's see what that does. I think I'm realizing I didn't use vector paths. Oh, did I do it? I think I fixed it. Oops. Those gaps are too big. Let's see what happens when I do this. Oh, you know what? It's because I don't have that also. Oh, never mind. Where was that? Oh. Graph layer. This area is not big enough for me to care. Oh wait, there it is. For multiple. All layers, selected layers. I can select. I'm gonna select the head. And this one. I did it! I'm a genius. I'm curious, Cullen, you think it's true that typically animations tend to get more traction on social media than just illustrations? That is a good question. For instance, my Sonic illustration did pretty well, but I also put it in a video context, so that kind of skews that data. I've found that my animations are pretty successful, but not to the rate of like the effort that I put into them, right? So Pikachu took me probably, well, the breakdancing probably was only about 4 to 6 months. But then I have a bunch of other staging stuff that took about a year that I'm still not done with. But anyway, so for all of that effort, I think I only got like 1,000 likes, or 1,000 views, even less than likes, on YouTube and what's the other one? TikTok. That's where I put it. TikTok. Not my best, which is sad because probably my best animation. But yeah. So, I would say illustration is a lot faster. I know that's crazy to say, but illustration is faster depending. And so you can get more things made in a shorter period of time. So maybe you don't get the most likes or views on stuff on an illustration, but you can then get more likes and views and kind of have a consistency that I don't have when I do animation, right? That was a big struggle of mine, was like, I can't put stuff out consistently when I'm only animating. So I want to be able to do other content, I want to make skits, I want to do this, I want to do tutorials, that type of stuff. And so what I'm also finding is that Reels and the vertical landscape, or vertical video layouts, are doing crazy numbers right now. Like all the Instagram Reels, TikTok, YouTube Shorts are popping off. So like video content is doing better, I would say, than a lot of looking at stuff, because people have such a short attention span where they just look at something and then swipe. Like I'm guilty of that too, where I'll just see that I know the creator and I know that they made something good, so I just tap on it and keep going because I have so many people to get through that I want to look at all their art. So I'm just like, yeah, great, awesome, yeah, love it, you know? So unfortunately, video does hold attention spans a little longer if you can grab them. You got to be able to, like, you got to hook them right at the beginning, is what I've found, right? All right, I got it figured out. Easy peasy. Now it's breezy from here. Alright, now we're cooking with gas. Now I can animate. Now I'll make a full animated movie in 3 days. This is actually much better than Toon Boom when it comes to coloring, for sure. Toon Boom's line detection is really bad, and that's the one that shuts my computer down. Like, it would have struggled, like this gap right here would have, my entire GPU would have just shat itself. It would have melted. Let's save that now that I know those settings. I wonder if those settings will stay the default for my paint bucket tool. Because that is ideal, where I can then select the layers that I want to reference. Let's move on from there. Oop. Oh my god, I can't believe that filled that. That's crazy. I mean, that's what I wanted, obviously. But, like, Toon Boom, again, would have just shut down. And there's no, as far as I'm aware, there's no equivalent of that, where it, like, you can reference several different layers at once. So useful. Oh, I guess I should also do the head. While I'm thinking of it. I wonder if it'll use, yeah, the edge of the... Oh, because I need the separate layer. Which is how I do it for illustrations and such. Oops. What a fool I've been. I could have been doing this. I could have been cranking through animations so much faster. So stupid. Oops. Well, that's unfortunate. Sent that to the Shadow Realm. There we go. But not full screen. No. Actually, did I just pick it not full screen? That looks full screen. I don't know how I managed to click on that. Anyhow. Alright. Color. Oh, let's turn off the hair. All that for the hair color. Fill all this shit. There we go. Let's try this. Oh wait, it did work. Look at that. Hello. Man. Okay, well that's a little hit or miss. Neat. That is great to have. so nice because then I can still use the line art of the head without that interfering with the color art of the head. Okay. I do always forget that though. Also, my numpad is my color layer. I don't need light table. Where's my light table button? My light table. Onion skin. Where we at? How do I turn it off though? This? Ah, there it is. Onion skin. Okay, cool. Okay. Oh, this is light years ahead of anything Toon Boom could possibly do. Nice to have still in my back pocket if anybody ever asks what software I can use. And I can still use Toon Boom, but this might be my default going forward. On top of the head. I was interfering. Annoying that it deselects stuff when I don't. Oh wait, not that. Yes. Because I feel like it's only doing stuff that it's showing. Oh, that's the one. Open that zone brick. Okay. Now let's do forward color. To the head again, and there we go. Anyone played Hades 2? Because I feel like people played the beta and then never really picked it back up. I saw it in my library last night and I was like, I should do this. I should play through all of these. But I didn't, because I had other things to do, like this. And I just played through Fallout New Vegas, and that took a lot of my time. So I feel guilty that I haven't been working on parts. Oops. Try that. Which game? Hades 2. I don't know if you played Hades 1, but it was really good. It's the other one I was thinking about. The music got a little loud. Sorry. I'll turn it down, actually. Hades 2. Or my mic is busted. No, it's good. Okay. I haven't played either. I know a bunch of people that have, though. Just wondering. Gonna ask if it was worth it, because the other game I was thinking of was Hollow Knight, Silksong, because those kind of have the same hype around them in being indie studios, smaller teams. I feel like Hades had a bigger team, but I'm not a big gamer, but I'm friends with a lot of them. Fair enough. I used to try and play a lot of indie stuff. There was one moment where I was playing a bunch of indie games that I just kind of that had like minimal backing and were all like beta playtesting, whatever. So I backed them because one, it's cheaper when you do that, when you buy them early, because there's the risk that it might not get fully funded. But all the ones that I backed got fully funded, and they're really good. And I feel good about supporting a small team, as opposed to a AAA title that just pumps out the same shit and doesn't care about what you think. everyone I know would yell Silksong. Yell it as in, like, it's not Hollow Knight, it's just Silksong. Set. I thought there's gotta be a setting for that. Like, lock. Let's see what happens if I do this. No. That simply locked the layer I was on. Selected layer is animation cell as I don't know. That's alright. Look what you got. Still better than Toon Boom. If I recall correctly, Hades was more bullet hell dodge things, Hollow Knight is more Megalovania dodge things. Yes, they are both dodge things at the root of them, I know that. Hades was a bullet hell, and they were both, well, Hades was more roguelite, and, Hair of the Year. I liked it because it had a lot of really good. First of all, they had a great 2D animated promotional trailer for the first one, and it was beautiful. And that hooked me. And then I really like Greek mythology. I say really like. I read Percy Jackson a couple of times. Those were good books. That's about the extent of my Greek knowledge. I've never just sat down and like researched the gods, but you know, I know the basics, and I probably know more than the average person, but I don't know more than any Greek philosophers or scholars or whoever. Although I do have, where is he? So whatever style you prefer is what I would encourage you to play. I was just gonna ask if it was like a real time sync, because I could probably blaze through it if I really wanted to. I have a little statue of Hades. He's one of my favorite gods because he's very he's misrepresented in the Greek mythology. He's very misrepresented in the Disney cartoon as well. He's an evil guy in there, but in Greek mythology, he's actually a very romantic guy. And he opted to take over the underworld because nobody else wanted to do it. Nobody else wanted to deal with the death. That nobody wanted to be associated with the negative connotation that comes with death. And so Hades decided that he would take it. He was like, "Fine, I'll be the bad guy, whatever." And he's also a really nice guy. Like he's not unwilling to have a discussion about your death. Like some people, he's genuinely just like, "Yeah, you shouldn't be here. Get out of here," right? And with Persephone, the story of Persephone and her going to hell, the whole misconception was that Hades stole her and her family wanted her back and they hated him for taking her from them. But she loved him and he loved her, and it was a mutual thing. And so it wasn't that he stole her, it was just that they didn't want to be separated. But him being the nice guy that he is, he was like, "Fine, you can stay with the mortals in your mortal realm for 6 months out of the year, and then during the other half of the year, you get to stay with me." Deal? So, it's very nice of him. I think he's a good guy. Hey, what's up? I love mythology. Me as well. Hades, the god of paperwork. Reminds me of Gungeon. Yeah. I played, what is it? What's the full... Enter the Gungeon. That's what it is. Yeah, that's a good one. Slay the Spire is like a card builder, which is also a roguelike, but it's also stagnant, so... But I really like Slay the Spire. That's a good one. Welcome in, Murder House official. Who are we murdering? I'm trying to think of other... I want to get into Norse mythology because Loki is a really good trickster, and I want to study him to see what kind of tricks he pulled and how he weaseled his way out of stuff, because I think that's always fun to have a trickster character. I also have a jester character in one of my D&D campaigns, so I want to be able to emulate that energy. Who else was a trickster? Apparently Hermes is a trickster, but I feel like he's more of a, like, just a cheeky guy, not necessarily a trickster, more just like, what can I get away with, rather than actually, like, trying to fuck people over. But I haven't done research into Hermes. I also do Egyptian god research. I feel like they've got some cool stuff. All of my friends are happy that I'm getting into Slay the Spire 2, so that's fun. That's good. I haven't played 2 yet. I think I saw that it was 3D rendered. Is that right? Not that that's like, I'm not gonna play a 3D rendered game. It was just more like, I feel like that's a trend that's been happening recently of, all the 2D games have moved to 3D after their first iteration. What was the one that I was just thinking? Risk of Rain, that one was 2D and went 3D. And then there was another one that I just saw that I feel like is silly because it's so good in 2D. Oh, one that people don't really know about is Moonlighter. It's a dungeon crawler where you find items and then they bring them back to your shop and then you sell them during the day. And then at night you forage in the dungeon, try and get all kinds of items, and then you can do quests. People might request specific items, and then you stock your shop with them, and then they'll give you bonuses. It's really fun. I had a good time because it was that it scratched that itch of having like inventory management, and then there was an element of mystery in selling. So you would put stuff out on the shelf, and then people would walk up to it, and then they would tell you, they would like shake their head if it was a bad price, or they would be like, "Yeah, cool, good price," or they would be like, "Wow, this guy's underselling this and they got a steal," you know? It was a really fun mechanic that I had never seen. And they made that a 3D game in the second iteration, which was interesting, but I haven't played it yet, so I don't know. It was a really fun game. I just beat it the other day. Maybe we can play sometime. Sure. Is Slay the Spire co-op? It is still 2D. Okay, cool. As far as I am aware, it was single player, but I'll leave it. It's fine. If it bothers me when I watch it again. That's usually a good note, is that if I notice something in motion, then I'll fix it. But if it's something that I'm like iffy on while I'm doing the line art of something, and I'm like, should I fix that? Should I, sometimes it adds to it, and then I'll play through it, and if I don't notice it, then I won't fix it. Save some time and add some flavor. Never played it, but it sounds really fun. It's very fun, and I think it was super cheap. I think it was only like 10, 12 bucks. I usually wait for Steam sales, to be fair. Summer sale's probably coming up soon, so that's cool. But yeah, I don't think I've ever paid full price for a Steam game. Shit, I forgot to reassign. I'm trying to think of another one. Oh, one of my favorite games that was pretty indie. I don't know if it really took off, but I really enjoyed it, was Friends vs. Friends. And it was another one of those where it like mixed two different styles that I hadn't seen before, and it was a card builder shooter, and it was a versus, so it did require skill, but it also had some luck in there, and I really liked that balance, because you could be as good as you wanted, but sometimes you just get a bad hand, and so you had to work with what you had, so you had to be really good at just shooting if you wanted to win. And sometimes you could pull it off. If you were really good at the game, you could pull some crazy reversals. But I really like Friends vs. Friends. I haven't played it in a while, but they've been adding characters, and I should get back into it. It's very cool. But I got to the point where they kind of had a very small community, and so it would just be me and one other guy on the server at a time at some point. Because, like, you rank up as you go, and I maxed out my rank, and so it was just me and this other guy that were at max rank, because most people just played with their friends, but I would solo and random queue, and so that was because it's I guess it isn't always duos. There was 1v1 and there were duos, but most people played duos, and because then you could play with your friend instead of against your friend. But yeah, I would solo queue duos and just hope for the best, or carry my team. It was fun. It's a good game. And of course, they're all anthropomorphic. They're very cute. They're very fun animal designs, and each of the characters has a different ability. I want to say most people played the eagle because he started with a pistol, and it was more powerful than the default pistol. Because you had to, let me explain it. In your deck, you could only have a certain value of cards, but you could have as many cards as you wanted under that value. So you could stack your hand and have 50 cards that all cost 1, or you could have 5 cards that cost 10. You know what I mean? As long as that total matched 50. And then you would draw, I think, 5 cards at the beginning of each round, and then there were other cards that would allow you to draw more cards, and then once you had used a card in the match, you couldn't use it again. Like, it wouldn't show back up in your hand until the next game. Very fun concept. I loved it. I say loved like it went anywhere. It's still there. Slay the Spire 2 gimmick is co-op. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, whenever I see it on sale, maybe I'll buy it. We can see if we can. Maybe we'll put that on stream, huh? There are a few changes, obviously, but everyone who has played the first one tells me it's all very similar. Cool. yeah, I liked Slay the Spire. I don't remember if I beat it with every character. I think I beat it just with the main person, the first character, and then the rogue, maybe. I think are the only two. I really need to get back into games on Steam. I've just been really busy and haven't had time to play them. Totally understand. I have a love-hate relationship with playing games where I'm like, I should definitely be more productive. I need to be making things. And then I am also like, well, but, I get to take a break. I work for 30 minutes. I get to play games for 6 hours. That's how that works. I've gotten better about balancing my and consuming. That's what streams are for. Then you guys can hold me accountable so I'm not over there playing Galaga. Consider doing game streams on days where I'm just, not like Tuesdays or Thursdays. Sometimes my plans fall through with friends, and so I'll just be hanging out, playing games anyway. That could be fun. I'd like to do Jackbox with everybody. Or Gartic, or, a drawing, an art one would be fun. See what everybody can do with those limited resources. That all points, yes. Okay. Alright, new mission. Do down, what is it? Down color. That is reference, and that is reference. Oh, and I will hide. You'll get a lot of those. People played Jackbox before? Would people be interested in playing? I think it's fun. What animation software do you use? I'm also an animator. Oh, awesome. Currently, I am learning freshly. Like, I've literally never used this, but I bought it a while ago when it was on sale. Clip Studio Paint. I usually use Toon Boom. However, now that I'm picking this up and that it's very similar to Photoshop, but optimized for animation, this is really smooth. And I know that it's an industry standard for anime. And I'm a 2D hand-drawn traditional animator, and so I honestly think that this is more optimized for what it is that I like to do. So I'm probably going to use this more often. Because Toon Boom seems more useful for rigging, nodes, puppet animation, which No shade, but not my favorite. Just a different skill that I never really developed. Like I can move a rig around if somebody were to rig something for me, but I am not great at rigging. I did at some point want to explore that and do like controls and stuff. However, I made my little guy in the bottom corner, my little VTuber, and that took me so long. That took me so long to do. Now, albeit it was in, what software was that? 2D, Live 2D. So a completely different software. But yeah, the learning curve was steep. I also wasn't paying for the premium, so I think that probably had a lot to do with it. Because I was just playing around, so I didn't want to pay for something that I wasn't sure I was actually going to use. Which, I haven't used it since, so good idea, me. What kind of animation software do you use as an animator? And what kind of stuff do you animate? I'd be interested. Shortcut for my G. Good to know. I think that is the same in Photoshop as well. Reassign. You know, I don't work these. This doesn't really make sense for my exterior. Like, I literally only have to care about the silhouette. The rest of this is all going to be white anyway from the head. That shape. Oh, that's a strand of hair. I was like, what the hell? That is a bit of a bother. Could have optimized and put all of these on different layers, or drawn it all as one cohesive thing, but I didn't. figured I would expedite my process. One. Keep forgetting. Oh, that's a lot better. I do zero tolerance. I don't know what area scaling is, but darkest pixel. Interesting. Yep. That was one. hitting a stray key in a new software, because then I don't know what I accidentally did. It did not reset. Shift. There we go. Okay, we're good. Other layers together. There's someone smarter than me, can. Let me try and figure out how to export properly. Oh. A lot more options. Sticker. That's fun. Let's see what happens. MP4. Okay. I was like, do I want to... I might export the images and then I can do the timing in a different software. Let's export that and see what happens. 1920, 1080, frame rate 24. Almost a disaster. Oh. There we go. Pull that up. It looks like nice. Okay. Now, on a white background, so I do think I need to export PNGs. Hi, is this a personal project? Yes, it is. Welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, let's do MP4 or PNGs. Folder. I am currently learning how to use Clip Studio Paint, so I do appreciate any and all patience that you're willing to offer. Export, animation, cells, GIF, image sequence, image sequence. Side, PNGs, frames, entire canvas, frame 1 to 9, frame rate of 24. Should be correct. What happens? Shit, I don't know where I put those. I think it looked good, thank you. Did you watch it? Did you watch it play? I was doing hair effects and I wanted to do, oops. I was doing different angles, physics from the back, from the side, from the top, for hair. And I was studying the Sukuna versus Maharaga fight where he's got his, he's doing his thing, if you watch anime. Where did those go? Oh no! Oh, it went to my documents. Just loosen my documents folder? Yep. Yeah. So there they are. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, I'm thinking that'll do. Yeah, that'll do. Let's do edit side. I need back or forward, I guess. And down. Okay. Export forward. Frames. Move this to animation in progress. Demo forward. There we go. Now I'm not lost. Let's see if that worked. Yes, sir. Neat. I still need to watch the latest season, waiting for it to come out on Netflix. Yes, no spoilers. I have not seen anything from the new season. I did watch the movie. I saw that in theaters. That was sick as hell. But that's as far as I got. I've not seen any Culling Game. I've seen so many spoilers because a lot of the people that I follow on Instagram worked on any of the episodes, and so they keep posting all the stuff that they worked on, and I'm like, I'm so happy for you, but please stop. Hopefully, I believe when I looked at them, they were all transparent backgrounds. Load that up. Hell yeah. Why are my colors off? Huh. Oh, I exported with my transparency down. Fuck. I didn't know that would carry over. Good to know, though. That is good to know. Alright, let's try that again. out if it'll overwrite. Files with the same overwrite. Yes, it will proceed. Yes, there we go. Okay, well that's cool. I can export with certain transparencies. That could potentially be useful somehow that I don't quite understand currently, but maybe later. I'm sure there is a shortcut that I just don't know for exporting. Why? Forward file. Yes, overwrite. That must be so frustrating. Spoilers I've had were from Roblox. That's crazy. But I could absolutely imagine people going crazy with different Roblox worlds. There we go. I'm doing a little too much because I could be just exporting each frame because I have them on 3s, so it's actually exporting 3 copies of the same image for each of these. But at least I have the timing. Okay, so this is good. Do I want to compile it now, or do I wait? Okay, we're going to take a vote. Whoever's still available, whoever's still around, we're going to take a vote. So, I can either start on a new project. I have my monthly Discord challenge. I'm working on speed. I want to make an animation with the theming of speed. I want to make that, or I can compile this. I have a 3D background that I animated in Blender that I want to put it into to, show how that hair is moving through space. Like with the background, it kind of explains why the hair is moving at different angles. So I can either compile this, or I can move on to the next project. I'm gonna let you guys pick. Democracy at its finest. While you do that, I will take a big sip. Oh my god, my DVD is over. Finish this. Okay, we got one for finishing this. Finish your work. I'll do it off. If I don't do it now, I will do it later, like tonight. I will compile it all off stream. I was just worried that it was going to be kind of boring because it won't be technically making art. It's just like the compositing of things, right? Okay, we'll put this together. Oh my god, I forgot to close my window. Letting all the sun in. It's warm in here. Okay. I just didn't want to bore anybody, Also, if you're not in the Discord, go ahead and join it. It's super fun. We got a lot of fun, cool artist people in there. And you can participate in the weekly and the monthly. The monthly, if you do participate in the monthly challenge, I post everybody's submissions to my Instagram story so that other people can see it. I don't have a huge following on Instagram, but you never know. Maybe I'll pop off one day. And I save, actually, I don't know if I saved my last story from the last submission. I wonder if I can recover that. I still have everybody's art at the very least. I could repost it. Okay, we'll finish this. Where is I gotta open my Blender file and Premiere. We're gonna see how many applications my computer can run at once. I built this computer with my own bare hands. I bought all the parts that optimized for what I wanted to do. I thought I had a good graphics card, but it's not amazing. And I was waiting for the 3070s to go on sale, and then they never did. And now they're probably $1 billion. So I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to have this thing run any faster. But I did upgrade my RAM, so that helped. I upgraded my RAM right before the AI chip shortage, which is awesome. I felt so vindicated. I was like, something fell off. Okay, let's do a new project. I don't want to spoil any of the stuff I'm working on, just in case. Let's go to... Let's put it in documents. Nope. Animation in progress. Here, there we go. So now I have to remember how to export video in Blender. Let's see, export. Oh, I have to do. Oh wait, that was in Maya. Damn it. In college, I learned Maya, and I had one of my professors gave me a really nice template for exporting, where it was just this little button that optimized, and it would just do a play blast and export right there. And I haven't done the Blender donut in a while, so I don't remember what I learned when I did the donut. We'll find out. Skip this. We're going to put the side forward and down in... Actually, 0, 4... Sorry, you're not seeing what's happening. 4, 7. Yeah, okay. Neat. Here, I'll put this over here so you can see what I'm doing. Maybe. It's probably blocked. Okay, here's Premiere. Better to figure it out now than forget more later. That's fair. Okay. I appreciate your positive attitude, and I appreciate you being patient with me doing all this. I don't know why my levels... I don't need that much space for levels. Okay, so let's make this... crap. Hold on. Gotta change my settings. Need to be 1020, 1080. I hate that it defaults to 29.97. That shit sucks. Speed and duration. This 0.03. That'll be 3 frames. Come on. Oh, wrong one. 3. And we loop it. Oh, no. No, there's a way. Good golly, there's a way. And send. Oh, loop. Found it. Now I remember. We got it. You can animate in Premiere. Look at that. Anybody who says they can't figure it out, they can't do animation, there's always a way. You can do it on paper, you can do it in this software, you can do it in actual animation software, you can do it on Photoshop. There's actually a built-in Photoshop animation setting. It's really bad, but you can do it. You can animate in Procreate, actually. Not Procreate Dreams. Procreate had the same setup as Photoshop, similar-ish. Oh, let me get the rest of those images in. Go there. Forward, we'll do, what did I do? 0, 3, 0, 4, 7. I feel like I'm able to set the timing for each of these individually. Yes, I can. And I can ripple delete. Do that in a second. In all of my compiling videos for YouTube, I've actually gotten pretty solid at Premiere. It's like I'm getting blown around. Keep that looping, that's very funny. Okay, done with those. Alright. How do I export Blender? Rendering, in camera, perspective, field, render engine, that, frame range, here we go. 120. Frame start, output. Wait, did it already render these? No. That was something else. Animation. In progress. Hair demo. Do background. Output, file extensions, PNG, overwrite, color management, post-processing, compositing sequencer. Okay, so I have my settings. How do I execute that? Okay. Render. Ah. Render animation. I don't have any lighting in this scene. Well, that's going to take a second to bake, and it's not going to have anything baking because there's no lighting. I always forget that in Blender. I deleted the world lighting and just... I don't know. I should also find a good... what are those called? When you do 3D rendering, when you find the atmosphere, the lighting setting, you make the skybox, and that projects light to the scene. I want to say like VDR or something. You know, where it's like it's that wrap. It's that render wrap. What are those called? Not DVR. Oh, my brain can't do not hyphens. Shortenings. Yeah. We're gonna stop that render. Okay. Let's try that again. Let's clear that out and try that again. Yeah, just a bunch of black frames. There's fucking nothing. Okay. Let's get out of here. Will not lock that. Alright, let's put some world light in. Sorry I'm not showing this. The background makes it pop out more. You haven't even seen my background. What's happened? What happened? Uh-oh. I'm lagging. I'm back. God, I'm so worried that this is gonna crash. Okay. Let's do... Oh, I see what you're saying. The black background. Yes. The white on the black is very poppy. I am a victim of never doing color. I haven't studied color theory very well. I was bad at it in college. So I've always avoided that. Even in my photography, I like to do black and white, and I do really high contrast stuff. Just because it's more fun to play with shape and line, personally. But, yeah, I have a habit of not using color. Because I like form. Light. We will do sun. We'll do sunlight. And I don't think it matters where I put it. Let me check my render. This may crash my computer. Because I have so many things going right now. Does that change if I feel like I can change the angle. That's the one. Let's not have it straight up and down. Why? Oh god. That's not what I want. Influence. I don't think I want a sun. I think I want directional light. Ooh, that's nice and moody. Yeah, we'll do that. That's cool. Okay, and we will export that. I don't have any colors. I don't have any... It's just a gray cityscape. So it's going to be a little boring, but we're getting there. Oh, God. I clicked on the wrong thing. Oh, there's my shaders. Nah, I don't want it. Let's go back to layout, render, animation. And I assume assume it's going to use the camera. What? What's happening? No. God damn it. Hold on. I have not used this in so long. Render. Scene. No. World. No. Collection. No. Object. No. Strength. No. Distance. No. Output. 24 frames. Yes. Yes. Output. I'm stretching. I am so sorry that I don't know how to do this. Because the only thing that I have animated is the camera. I guess I could change my local camera. No. Hold on, I'm gonna Google it. God damn. Background makes fun. I'm not an animator, but I joined your Discord. I hope that's okay. Absolutely. All artists are welcome. All of them. Poets, voice actors, script writers, comedians. Some other third thing. Obviously artists, traditional, digital, what have you, animators. I always get excited. I don't want anybody to feel bad, but I always get excited when an animator joins just because it did start as an animation Discord, and that's kind of what I know best, so I can relay that information better. But I do also know art, so I can still help other people. But yeah, you're welcome to join. What was I doing? Blender. Blender, that's not typing. Blender. Render output through specific camera. How do I choose which camera renders? Select the desired render one. Do control numpad 0. 2.5, change which camera is active. To do that, you want to go to properties, scene, camera. Properties, scene, hit. Now the problem is that I don't know any of these tabs. I am not familiar with anything. Properties. Where's properties? Properties and nuts. Okay. Properties. Camera. Properties. Animation. No. Scene drop down. Scene. Oh, wait. Scene. No. Scene drop down. No. Properties, scene drop down, camera. Make sure it is selected. I guess if I just am in the camera while I render? Maybe. Let me save and see what happens. Every time I click a button in Blender, I am terrified that I'm going to crash the stream because these do not cooperate well. Both Blender and OBS are eating my GPU. No, that did not work. Okay. What am I doing wrong? Oh, you know what? I think I figured it out. I think it was because I didn't have the buildings visible to the render. I think I've fixed it. Because what I did was, I took 3 different shapes and I made instances of them on, instances of them on a shape. And then I hid those original shapes, but the other shapes were still appearing, so to my head, it was like, okay, these are independent. But because the source was hidden, they were also hidden. Now I get it. Okay. You'll see what I'm talking about shortly. Oops. There we go. Not that you're not allowed to see that, but... I'm trying to think what other types of artists there are that we have in the Discord. What photographers? Let me look, because there's roles. I'm sure you've seen the roles by now. Let me see. Where did I put? What kind of art do I make? Oh, there it is. Wait, what do we have? 2D animation, 3D animation, 3D modeling, 3D rigging, storyboards, illustrations, paintings, photographs, pixel art, traditional art, digital art, games, film, graphic design, fashion design, architecture, sculpture, industrial design, and voice acting. I should make one for writing. Poetry, writing, scripting. Let's see, I think I ran out of space, but I can definitely combine digital art with something, because that's pretty vague. Line. Make new role for writers / scripting. Yeah. Oh, and poetry. That was the other one. Because it's art. We're all artists. Now, I can't give a lot of insight in poetry, but I am still a human, so I do have feedback to give. But I'm not an expert, so I don't know how to take certain things. Okay. Writers, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. What else was I gonna do? Tri-beam. I just cut 7 years off my life or whatever. Maybe I'll do poetry this month. Oh, that'll be fun. Sure. However you want to denote... I forget the weekly... No, I forget the monthly. Speed! That's the one. Can't think visual art for speed. Poetry would be funny. Just challenge yourself to write a poem in like 5 minutes or something. I like doing haikus. My family and I do haikus pretty frequently. It's very funny. What's my other? I like, you know, the classics. Robert Frost. Edgar Allan Poe. Some other third thing. There was a woman poet that I really liked, but I forget her name now. But she was around the same time as Edgar Allan Poe, and she didn't get as much recognition, even though he didn't really get that much recognition, but she was, like, really undervalued while she was alive. As most artists at that time were, they were just, like, recluses that people ignored, unless they had patrons from the Catholic Church, you know? So, I always feel bad when there's an artist that was, like, really exceptional and just nobody knew. Because they've changed the world for sure. Sorry, I'm just waiting for that Blender to render. Blender to render. Oh, it rendered. Okay, cool. So now I have to... There's a way that you can just play that back. Render view animation. Now, I would love to be able to just export from here. But it won't have it. Okay. Let me see. There's a way to import frames as a video. I think I can do it here. Let's find out. Oh. Lock. I'll lock this one so nothing goes there. Sequence. No. Clip. No. Edit. No. Insert. No. Edit. No. Project. No. Import. Oh. Import. No. Import. No. Wait. I vaguely remember. Oh my god. Hold on. Sequence. I feel like there was a very specific way to import images as one clip. Because I want to be able to set, because what I did with those individual frames for that animation is that I manually changed all their timing, but I believe there is a way to do it on a larger scale. Okay, we're just gonna try import and see what happens. See what it lets me do. Oh, wait. Import folder. Image sequence. Yes. Why won't you let me? Come on. Hello. Let's fuck it up. I see it. You see it. It's right there. You can see it. It's restricting me. Mostly traditional, but I was experimenting with digital until I lost my art pen. Oh no! Mine's a little worse for wear. I'm sure there's a way to get a replacement. That does suck that you lost one. Why can't I do image sequence? Is it part of... Let me find the media and see if it works. Why would it not... What are you talking about? Oh. I recall now. Image sequence, I click on one. Yes, because if I have two. I was like, is there a limit? Is 120 too many frames? That's not correct. Okay, image sequence. And that should be all of them. Yes. Now, how does that break down? It should be 1 per second. It should, or 1 per frame. I think it works. I think it works. Oh my god. I've made my cat big. Dear God. I usually work on my main screen when I'm doing video editing, so I am fumbling because my proportions are a little off. Just one on top of that. One here. Okay. And now I'm going to go in and make these nested. Sequence. And then I can multiply it. Multiply 3 instances. Let's do. So I remember. Nest side. Nest front. Down. Now I just have to work out the timing on this. I believe I held for 3 frames. No, not 3 frames. 3 seconds. No, I think I only held for 2 seconds. This changes. Put that like here. And front is only going to be for a little bit. There-ish. Ish. Oops. Just add black rectangle there. Just so it doesn't there, and it'll hold until 5. Neat. I am curious about animation, but my knowledge goes as far as keyframes and in-between frames. I mean, yeah, that's about all you need. That's kind of how I've been doing. I have another project I'm working on where I do. I'm studying an anime, or sorry, I'm studying a manga, and I'm using the keyframes to make it an anime. And so, I wanted to study the style and I wanted to put into practice taking those keyframes and making them animation ready for animation, kind of dumbing them down, condensing them into a more refined style, and then finding areas where potentially you can use animation to deliver an action more effectively with motion than you can with just still images. So I've been working that on the side, and so in doing that, I've learned that you can get a lot done with just keyframes, with just the manga panels. So if you can do really good keyframes, in-betweening is, I won't say easy, but once you have the knowledge of like arcs, of retaining mass and shape, squash and stretch, like once you have those, generally, you have animation down. But yeah, if you can draw well and you can do keyframes, that's animation. A lot of the people who I follow do like mostly storyboard stuff, and their stuff is, I'll say choppy, I guess. Like not everybody that I follow is super fluid with animation, and it still delivers. Like you can be running at 6 frames a second and still get your message across, and it's still a moving image, so it is still animation. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect. Anyway, I'll play through this a couple times. This was so worth the extra work. I'm glad you like it. I was debating adding more frames to the hair for like in-betweens, transitions between the side to the front to the back. I'm actually surprised how well I managed to time that out, just based on what I remembered from how the Blender file animation was paced out. That's kind of the beauty of animation, is that it's almost math at a certain point. Like once you have the drawings, you just have to do the timing. And so since I have everything on the same frame rate, everything's always 24 frames a second, I can use that to my advantage and just interlace stuff. And I know 24 frames is 1 second, whether it's 24 frames of 3D or 24 frames of 2D. That's the same length of time, and you can just pace it out from there. And then these are each on 3s, so there is a bit of math converting essentially 9 frames to then meet those 4 seconds worth of 24 frames in 3D. It's math, it's fine. Okay, cool. We'll render that out, and we'll be done with that, and then I can move on to the next project. Look, I got everything done. And thank God I'm familiar with Premiere, so I know how to edit all this. Is that gonna show up over here? Nope, it's going here, and hopefully nothing crashes. We'll call this Air Effects. We'll do it Air Effects Practice. I always do final, and then I render it out, and then I realize that I fucked up, and I have to call it final 2. There. Great job, thank you. Thank you for being here while I finished a full project. Look at that. I had an idea, and I followed through on it, and actually it ended up being more than what I was actually going to do initially. I made it narrative for no reason, but it's a little thing. It's whatever. I guess I could make that a short too. Let's export it in vertical. Oops. That. I went back through some of the VODs from past lives and live streams. I have not enlightened myself to be able to reincarnate, but I went through some past live streams and found some clips and have started editing those and posting them. I posted the rant about that job that was like $40 for a minute worth of animation, and I was like, that's fucking insane. And it seems like a lot of people are resonating with it. Trying to avoid that site. Okay, we'll call this Air Demo, or Air Practice. me later, and I'm gonna think it's a short hair. What is the one that I usually do? I think I can just change it here. That's what it is. We're gonna do 1080 by 1920. That's what it is. Unlock. Flip this. I'm gonna close Blender. It's still lagging my computer. Good lord. Okay. 1080 by 1920. I always do 1920 by 1080, and I always do 300 DPI for anybody who's wondering how to do dimensions for animation. Because that's the widescreen format, and yeah, let's see how that's gonna render. Oh, it's gonna crop. Damn. I want to zoom. Scale to fill. There we go. Who's Phil anyway? There's a way to do that. Now, go to editing, and I'll change my sequence settings. Yes, previews. There we go. Now I have some margins, but I also have focus. Okay, and then we can export that. I made it exactly 5 seconds. Perfect. Perfect. This. Actually, I will go back to that. Okay, and then Clip Studio Paint. I can start a new project. Look at that. I'll post that later. We're gonna call this Oh, neat. They've got presets. Okay, cool. 1920, 1080, 300 DPI. Save that as animation. Resolution, frame rate. Yes. Where's my frame rate? Where's my frame rate? Oh, there it is. Is fine. Story is fine. Change that to animation. That's great. Oh, and where is this gonna put it? I guess it's not gonna put it anywhere, but... New folder, that color so it doesn't hurt my eyes. Alright. Great job, thank you. I'm gonna miss this project. Hey there, I'm good, how are you? What's up? Welcome in. Extended warranty text. Okay, what's Russian right now? I imported pencils. That's fine. Favorites. And we'll do... Surprise! Oh, wait. What's wrong with my VTuber's eyes? There we go, jeez. Thought I'd get my usual peek on your stream. Made my video yesterday. Nice! How goes the hair animation? It was good. Hold on, let me see if I can pull that real quick. And I'll show you what we did today. Well, I had a couple of things ready to go. Animation. Done. Hair, where are you? Hair demo. Hair effects, practice, final. There we go. That's what we did. I already had the line art done. I just did some coloring because I was not confident in my coloring in Clip Studio Paint. So I had to teach myself just now, and then I compiled it with the Blender, which doesn't make for good TV, but, you know, whatever. I wish that wouldn't pull up the menu every time it looped. That's silly and dumb and bad. Whatever. But, yeah, that's my hair demo, and I was trying to do... What happened was, I was like, oh, sick, I want to do hair, and then I was like, okay, but there's different ways that the hair can be moving, so it's kind of, like, to the side is the normal, but I also want to do, like, I want to challenge myself to do forward, and then I want to do top down, and then I was like, well, now it's got to be a narrative, and so I put them all together, and I'm falling off a building and dying. It's fine, because here I am. That's what we got. And it was all in Clip Studio Paint. This is the first time I've ever used Clip Studio Paint. Cannot believe that went so smoothly, and I genuinely believe that I'm going to start using it more. That was easier than Toon Boom by far. That's right, we're doing Sonic, baby! I'm going to animate this. There we go. Clip Studio Paint is my main program. Yeah, I'm learning that it's really good for hand-drawn stuff, and Toon Boom is ass for hand-drawn stuff. Animating looks fun. I took a course on it years ago, but I found myself addicted to the character design. I would love to have a character designer on standby, but I don't have any money. I can't pay you. I'm not amazing at character design. I just look at stuff that I find aesthetically pleasing and go, oh yeah, I should copy that, and that's neat. But I do recognize the importance of it. But that's kind of how I did my style. Is I was just like, oh, and I just mushed it all together, and it looks nice. what? What are you thinking? What are you crafting over there? Honestly, I might be fine with fitting you one for free if I get free time. That would be great, but I'm not gonna ask that of you. As an artist who just put out a rant about how people are never appreciative of art and don't pay people enough, I wouldn't ask you to do that of me. We'll talk at some point. That would be sick. Maybe when I get my funds up, when this YouTubing thing pops off. Do that. Is there a way to gather a palette? I think there should be. Oh, yeah, wait. Should be able to. Oh, you can mix paint? What? And then you can find a new color? That's such a cool feature. Whoa. Clip Studio Paint rules. It's like a little palette blender, like Bob Ross. He's got his little easel, or his little, what are those? Shit. I have him right here. Little Lego Bob Ross. He's got his little, painter's, is it in a palette? Painter's palette. I always forget. That's so cool. Honestly, feel free to talk about the character and I might just doodle. I even started that series of drawing comments to do stuff between game assets since I'm done with the characters. Oh, that's cool. I don't have any characters in mind. That's the other thing, is like, I don't really do OCs. The closest thing to OCs I have are D&D characters, and so if I was to hire somebody to design them for me, I would be annoying about it. I would be like, I would want to be involved in the process and like ideating, like, not annoying, like, no, you're wrong, but more like, I have very specific things in mind that I want to achieve, and so I think I'm capable of doing that myself for the sake of, like, I just have an image. The only thing that I would need help with is like clothing designs, because I have the characters pretty well thought out, but it's just a matter of like, I don't know what's cool. Here's like a thing that they have, but like if a character has a cape, I don't necessarily think of the exact minutia of like the buckle that keeps it around their neck, or like if it's tattered at the end, you know what I mean? So anyway, my stuff started with D&D. That's how it goes. It's super fun. I have so many characters too. That's super cool. We'll talk about it sometime when we've got more time. That would be cool, because I think, yes, any character design that I do need is probably clothing and costume. And usually I just use like Hero Forge for the sake of brevity. When it's like, I have a jester, here's a jester outfit. I have Harengon, here's a Harengon, you know? So I use their default designs, but I do ideate at least on the character body shape and stuff, because it's very limited on Hero Forge. But for the most part, the costumes are pretty much what they have available, which is limited, so my designs are lacking for sure. What am I doing? Oh, that's what I was trying to find. I was trying to find a way to save colors. Color set palette. Add color set. Edit color set. Interesting. I do new set. Project palette. Can I spell palette? Shit. Sure. And then we will how do I set that color? Replace color. Ah, oh, there we go. Okay, cool. How do eyedropper? That's the one. Place. So that's his head. Place. Place. His gloves. Let's in. Place of his eye. Place of his shoe. Ooh! I'm a genius. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have the color, the highlight, and the shadow all in this little column because there's 3. Perfect. Beautiful. Replace. Replace. It's not often that I'm smart, but sometimes. Thank you. I will change that. Let me rename. Thank you for correcting me. A pale-ette. A woman pale. Honestly excited to draw my current character at some point, but also have this extreme high standard for him where I am free utterly on all things. I'm gonna focus him. That's fun. I like. There's a weird duality of like, I have to nail this character because you're so precious about them. Like, you love them so much that you don't want to fuck it up. And I have that exact same feeling about some of my characters where I'm like, I can't let them die. No matter what, they will live. I don't care if my DM says they vanish, the power word kill, they lived. I don't care what you say. That was not them. They had a replacement body that they switched out. Designing characters is weird. Sometimes a character will be done in a day, other times a week, just because of visualizing the small stuff, outfits, stuff, and buckles go, then deciding what for more since multiple versions are sometimes made. That's true. I always love looking at concept art where it's like you can see the different artists who worked on something and how they have a different take on what that character means, or like how to express certain body language or shape language for the sake of denoting their personality. And I think it's always fun to see like how that plays out differently. Where some artists might like, okay, so you told me he's rambunctious, I'm going to prioritize that, but also, oh, he's also really sensitive, I'm going to prioritize that, and just see those different takes on them. And other times you're just like, well, I have this style, but I don't necessarily like that style, you know? So let's do ear, face, ear shadow, face, his eyeshadow, face. This is great. This is wonderful. Is the glove different than the eye? Yes, it is. I'm gonna put the this is the eye. Place. This is the glove. Might be a way for me to rename these as well. I like some glove. Nose. Different. Actually, let's do the quills. Nose. Highlights on the quills anywhere. Yes. Let's do it. Let's keep that consistency where I have the highlight on top, and shadow on the bottom. I'm just gonna throw this purple in because I like that as just an additional shadow option. About it. Oh, the smoke. want to do that. I think I have the eye. Hold. Okay, so this is the shadow. Shall we? Can I move it? Fine, it's fine. Go, 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 go. Here, we're gonna use this as the, actually, this replaces this as the default for the eye, and this is the highlight. That's how we'll do it. Okay, I think I've got everything prepped. Oh, I'll do the ground shadow as well. Oh, background actually. Ground shadow. Cool. Neat. Alright. I'm gonna use the restroom. I will be right back. Just a second. Make this transparent. Okay. I'll be back. there. How's it going? Other than all the success. Basically getting ready to turn in for the day. So now I enjoyed the time. I hope you stream next time. Absolutely. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you being here. I stream same time, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3 p.m. till whenever I get tired or finish something. But I appreciate you being here. Thank you for joining. You said you joined the Discord, so I will give updates there. And hopefully you learned something. If you didn't, maybe you will next time. Also, there's lots of stuff in the Discord to learn from, so if you do need to learn, go there. Search for comms is still undergoing, however, the novel goes well, I won't need it. Nice. Training my skills further. If YouTube gets bigger, I'll be especially. Thank you for welcoming me back. Okay. Let's see what's up. Oops, I'm still on color. Let's see how well that works. Because pencil is supposed to be vector. Okay. So we have this frame. I'm gonna incorporate, like it's going to be exactly this frame. Need space it out. How do I want him to scoot in sideways? It's coming from this direction, obviously. He's gonna go this way. And skid. Stop there. I want him to follow through and run past. Have his eye flash. That little line follow on the other side, and do maybe shoe as the final out. Yeah, let's piece that out. Too rough. Actually, I don't hate coloring. Yeah, I think there's going to be a way for me to reorganize these. Oops. Reorganize these. What's up? Something like that. Discord, I'm gonna join that later then. Oh, I thought you were already in there. Sorry, I would have said it earlier. Yeah, absolutely. Join the Discord for all artists. We're gonna do this on twos. No my table currently. I do want to just see what we've got going. Joined your Discord. I'll be leaving for tonight, however. Good luck on the arting. Fun talking. Absolutely. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you being here. And feel free to post stuff, follow along with the weekly challenges to your heart's content, whatever's, I know you're busy. But, yeah, thanks for being here. I thought you had already been there, but must have been slacking on my self-promotion. Yep. I'm only here for a short bit. Usually catch me when I'm ready for sleep. Yeah, I mean, you're also streaming, so makes sense. Oops. Oh, I see. Interesting. Assign cell to frame. This can be. Now I'm getting it. Now I'll show you, huh? Oh, not what I wanted. Oh, not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Timing for the last cell, I guess just assume that it was there. So here, and then we'll do like that. So I don't know. I was thinking about putting him in a ball and doing a spin dash into the run. I feel like that's difficult. I don't timing, maybe. Trying to lay it out in my head. Golly. Alright, I need advice. That would be classic Sonic. Okay. Do I do spin dash? And have him come from the side of the screen? Because my initial thought is he's way back here and he just zips way up, like he's coming in from around a turn, right? And he's like kind of small back here, and then he gets up into this pose, and this happens very quick. Or I have it build a little bit longer. I have, spin dash ball come around this, and then he pops out. Ta-da, Sonic's here. And then starts running. Because what I'm envisioning is that he like pops out of the ball and does like a flip, like he's mid spin and he just jumps out, and that's not really in the games. I don't think you can ever go running from spin dash to running. I think you always end in a spin dash and can then, like if you hit a wall or something, you pop out of it. I don't think there's ever been any instance where you start with spin dash and end with running. But you can start with running and then duck into a spin dash to avoid, like to fit in a hole or to avoid enemies. If I'm remembering correctly. Oh, you know what? Nope, now that I think about it, Sonic Adventure 2, if you do a spin dash and launch yourself, you do eventually lose that momentum and start running. Hey, I guess I can make it work. Second option, spin dash, curve, pop out, start running. Okay. You're really complicating this for me, but it's gonna happen. Gonna make it happen. That might be my streams for a little bit, might just be this project, because I'm gonna make those poses look really nice. Let's get the timing down first before I start on anything major. I could just extend the exposure of a cell. Edit timeline. Oh wait, edit timeline. What does that do? No, it's not the one. What does that even imply? I don't know. Zoom. Nation cells. Cell. Distribute. Oh. Gotta be a way. Because in Toon Boom, you can kind of just, click on it and it'll happen. I guess I can do. I highlight these. Stretch them. Yeah, I guess I can do that. Not as concise, though. I feel like there should be a shortcut for extending. Stop having good ideas. Sorry. Good. Okay. Move frame. I'm gonna find some shortcuts. How to extend cell line exposure. Keyframe on the timeline. Make the tool an object tool. Opacity. Number of cells. There's no choice but to make it like the attached image. Interesting. Insert frame function. Animation timeline insert frame. Oh, okay, so it is inserting a frame. I thought it was making a new frame. Got it. So is there a shortcut for that? Make it a shortcut. Graph editor too. Oh. Learning a lot. I'm gonna set a preset for that. Where are my shortcuts? Shortcuts. What was it? Insert tools. Now, menu commands, animation, insert keyframe. No. Insert frame. Hit shortcut. We're gonna do that, and used in subtool palette, switch to next subtool. Yeah, let's delete that. I don't care about that. And that. Yes. Okay, so now I can. Oops. I come here. Whoa! Neat. Now I do hate that I can't just extend it very quickly, but I guess that's what clicking and dragging does. That's okay. I am. Don't look. Wretched beast. Okay. This one. Zoom in on my frames. Can I zoom in on that? On this? Yes, I can. Okay. That there. All of these one. There we go. Oops. Here. Two. Here. That. Perfect. Got a system going. Trying to think. I might study the sprite art for the games, as in the 2D, there's like a revving animation when you're doing the spin dash where it like, there's some squash and stretch where it kicks from the back and like goes down, like it's bottom heavy almost. Like that. Study up. Collide. This, add one there. New frame. Extend that by 2. No, extend it by 1. What did I just do? What happened? Oh, I think I hit the wrong button and I deleted it. Yes, I did. Backward habit. Frame, leave that blank. Oh, I can just left. That's good to know. Oh, I do want to frame that is new, blank. Oops. Oh, got it. I was like, what am I looking at? Okay, click through this very fast. I feel like it's not even landing on the shoe. Like the blade blast is not working super well. export an MP4 real quick. Oh my god, my eyes are going crazy. For some reason, it doesn't render that last frame in the animation software. Also, it feels a lot choppier. Shrink this down. There we go. I really like how fast it is. I think if I just add some effects on the spin dash, I can really sell some of the burnout. I might add one more frame on that. Way out of frame of my camera. Yeah, I think I'll add one more frame on the burnout leading into that jump, because I want to keep the momentum of that. I honestly might have him kind of come out of frame a little bit. I love the axe kick pose. I think I nailed that silhouette. And then I honestly, I really like the running silhouette, the next one too, where he's just like full tilt forward. And I might do, when it gets closer to the front of the frame, those last few frames, I think I'll do, maybe I'll do it on ones. I'll do a couple in betweens. It's like 2 or 3. Absolutely nailed it. Thank you. If I ever need somebody to hype me up, I know you got my back. Oh, man. So, okay. I gotta do some math because... Shut up, you suck. Fix it. Do better. Oh. I have to do the math of which leg is which. So this... I was gonna go frame. Can I do... Left foot is in the air. Left foot is on the ground. Yes, this needs to be his back foot. So this foot is this foot. Put an L there so I don't forget. Cool. Save that. It is really hot in here. Is the temperature 81? I'm gonna lay on the ground while I ideate. Oh, see my leg? I fell down. See my leg? There's my leg. Ugh. My vent isn't blasting cold air. I thought it was. Ugh. Witnessing the breakdown of a madman. I have the fan attached. I wonder how close I can get to the mic before this starts interfering. I'm like blowing it directly at the fan and nothing. Can you hear that? Barely? Okay, well, then I won't get too close with it. Sit here for a second. Is it hot where you are? Sweating through my jeans. I should just not wear jeans. That's the problem. I got all my stuff in my jeans. In case I need to go. Got a little pocket. Sorry, I'm fairly lucid right now. Probably can't even hear me talking. I'm faced away from the camera. Might just be hearing the music. Oh, okay. I'm just taking a second. 72-ish yesterday. $65 sounds lovely right now. 81 is beating my ass. Let's check the Discord and see what's up. Got that one. Oh, here's that. Okay. Back to Sonic. Okay. We got a rough pass for the timing. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I think if I do like a full oval on the ground, maybe? I've been working without a light table this whole time. Good old days. I don't want a uniform. I just want to lock it. Keep original image. No. Scale ratio. Ah, there we go. Turn that off. There we go. This one. I like how fast he comes out of the ball. Oh, I moved the fan like a quarter of an inch closer to me, and it feels great. I like how fast he comes out of the ball from here to there, but I might add one single frame in between there to smooth that out. Let's try it. Oh, also I can turn on my table. Where is it? Onion skin. Where's the one? Render it out. is it? Export animation. Is that right? Hold on. No, it's working. That up. Okay, the squash into that does look so much better in this video. I don't know why it's not working in the engine. That kind of sucks. I do think the one frame of him popping out of it too does help add to the feeling of him hanging in the air for just a second without adding too much of an in-between that would make it seem like he was in the air for too long. I think it keeps the speed. I think the timing is good. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do this frame animated. Well, I'm going to draw it in Clip Studio Paint and see how well that works. And then it might look great with all of this put together. I want to space this out more because when he comes up here, I want that little stretch right there. I want that stretch to like shoot him a little bit further this way, so I might have to end up pushing this closer to the edge on the other side. Like I'm gonna have to go all the way across one side, all the way across the other side, all the way across the other side, which doesn't always lend itself well to readability. I also think I'm going to start tilting this sooner. But we'll just leave that. I think it'll be okay. We'll come back to it when we render it back out with the additional drawing this frame. And I'm just going to rough them in. I'm not going to worry about. I just think that gap, that empty frame, doesn't lend itself well being consumed by the Venom symbiote. totally drew that on the wrong frame. I believe I can just do this. Oh, damn you. Where is this? What? 1G. Where's layer 1G? What setting do I have on currently? No, that's what it was. I don't want to. Damn it. I want it placed onto an existing layer. Man. Also, where's that even going? How do I replace the frame? Oh, can I just do this? Hey, let's just do that. There is no longer a 1G. Yo, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? So back. I've been busy with school recently. Haven't been able to catch streams. Well, I appreciate you being here. Welcome in. No pressure in showing up. I appreciate you though. Take care of your schoolwork for sure. All right, let me render this out. I want to see if that looks okay. Showing the school. Cool. Yeah, it helps that he's speedy, so I might actually do single frames for some of these. might do one additional... Actually... I think from this pose on, like I think all of this up until there, the actual pose itself, I think the rest of it can be on ones. The beginning part is fine on twos, but then I think finishing I can do rough in-betweens on ones, and I think that'll look fucking sick. And smooth as hell. I got invited to work on a couple animation collabs, so I'm super excited. First time I've ever done anything that wasn't just for myself. That's awesome. Congratulations. I love to hear that people are getting, collaborative. It's super fun. Especially if it's something that you want to work on, you know what I mean? Like, there's a couple of projects I've been a part of where it's just like, I was helping because it was somebody else's thing, but it wasn't necessarily something that I was super involved in. Or, like, I will put more effort into something that I personally have a stake in. Like, if I'm personally invested in the story, if I really enjoy the characters, I will be more motivated to participate, more motivated to get going with it, rather than if it's just like a, hey, can you do some in-betweens for this project that I'm working on? I'm not going to give you any details, it doesn't really matter. I'm just like, yeah, sure, whatever, Basically doing layout and Ganga for my own portfolio and experience if I eventually want a job in the industry. Stuff like that is nice. That is nice. It's awesome. I never really did any Ganga stuff, but I want to because it'll be super cool. You weren't here before, but my goal is to get hired onto the Soul Eater remake. I would love to do some kind of layout for Ganga. In-betweening, whatever. I'll do a single frame with one eye. I'll do a shot that's already been done. I'll redo it from the original, even if they want to just splice in some old clips. Anything. Would be sick. So, my goal this time, my goal for the rest of the year is to work on Clip Studio Paint and just kind of improve here, so that I can get used to it, know what I'm dealing with, because I know that that's kind of the common anime software. The production software. Yeah, I'm gonna go ones from this point on. I want to... Here, nice impact, skid to a halt, let's do a new frame here. CSP is the industry standard software in anime industry. Yeah, unless you're a lunatic like Hitaka who animates on paper. He animates on paper. That's crazy. That probably explains why he's so clean with it. Like, it's so good. I'm trying to think. There is a certain feel that you get when you work on paper versus digital. And so I imagine he just wants to stick to that because it's a lot more, I don't want to say loose in a negative connotation, because the looseness can lend itself really well to being expressive, especially because it's animation. And so, especially with the physical medium. Like, I know you put the paper in between glass plates to press them flat, but there is still just something about the variation in the line, like just a little bit of variability. Looks really nice. Anyway, I want to get a light table. I saw somebody selling an original Disney animator light table, and it was like they were selling it for like $3,000, and I do not have the money or the space for that right now. Was it 3,000 or 35,000? Might have been a lot more. It might have been 30,000. I remember he made a post a while ago, which was just a photo of a huge stack of paper she was handed at the beginning of production for My Hero. 2,000 sheets just for his cut at the very end. That's awesome. They're like, here, use all of this paper. You have to use all of this paper. That's awesome. He's a genius. Alright. So... heard of the manga Kagurabachi. People were memeing on it when it first started publishing, but it was downright some of the most impressive artwork I've ever seen. Got a sec, like a Kagurabachi perspective. Yeah, give me one sec. If that sounds familiar, wait a second. Hold on. So, funny story. I was looking at a bunch of anime. Like, I just have a list of manga that I want to buy to have just on file, you know, in my library. I can just open it up and look at what I have for reference and stuff. And so I was looking through my list of stuff, and I genuinely mixed up Kagurabachi and Gachi Yakuta. Like, just in my list. Something about I think the Garabachi and Gachi Yakuta. I don't know, just something about it. I ordered this and I was like, this is not the main character. I've been seeing everybody posting all the layout and all their fan animations and stuff. That's not who this is. So, I do have it, actually. I haven't read it. But I know that it was still on my list as a good one to have. So I'm not, like, upset that I bought the wrong one or whatever. But it was just, like, in that moment, I was looking for Gachi Yakuta. Is that how I say it? Oh, that's pretty sick. That car shot is neat. But look up what I said earlier. It won't have spoilers. It's insane. I'm not, like, caught up on it. I don't know what the I don't even know what the premise is. I have it and I haven't even read it. Kagurabachi perspective. Ooh, that's cool. Ooh. This reminds me of one of the guys that... Oh, that's such a good shot. This reminds me of one of the guys that I follow on Instagram. I think his name is Third PHP? Third PFP? Third PHF? Let me find him. I'll post him in the Discord. But he does, like, crazy perspective shots. And he very specifically was just like, I'm just going to sit down and I'm just going to learn how to do perspective really well. And then he did. And it's phenomenal. Third PHP. Shit. God damn it. No, it's third. Third PHP, yeah. Show this one. Oh, I can't see what I'm showing you. But like, he just does some really dramatic poses. Golly, I hope I don't get a text while I'm showing you guys. And I dox my friends. He posts so consistently. Like, he puts a piece out like every fucking day. It's crazy. Really good anatomy. Like, busted shit. I need to study him. I need to do it like this so I can get, like, I want to be able to draw human figure from imagination really well. And the only thing that's going to help me do that is just drawing more consistently and knowing proportions and such. So, but yeah, really good example. I'll post them in the Discord. Oh shit, where'd he go? Copy profile URL. Where's my Discord? Stepping on the beach. I think he did a full breakdown of like fisheye a while back. He was just studying fisheye for a while, so he got really good at crazy perspectives. I think that was him. No, wait, that might have been the Davey Artbook. Somebody Artbook. Shit. Mikey Artbook. Another good one. I think he's the one that did all of the fisheye. Sorry, I'm ignoring chat. What's up? Eat, sleep, draw, repeat. Yeah, what you gotta do. Also, hi, I'm lurking while I draw. Welcome in. How's it going? Oh yeah, I know that guy. Yeah, he's fucking insane. The premise is really simple. Power struggle over 7 enchanted katana. A classic. Who doesn't like a good sword story? That's it. It's really well written. Yeah, Mikey Artbook fucking rules. Let me find some of the fisheye stuff that I really like. Ah, there's a good one. I would love to get really good at fisheye. And I say that like I couldn't if I tried. It would just take some time. And I've got other stuff that I'm working with, so I'll post him too. Cool. Okay. Those were the two. I have a lot of guys on standby. I'm just like, oh yeah, cool, a guy. It's one of those things that would look at that would think was really cool when I was 5, like wow, Sword with Magic, but it's so well presented that it gets me hype even now. I mean, I'm not gonna yuck anybody's yum. Like absolutely, it sounds sick. I mean, I own a copy. Why would I? I have a fucking katana in my corner. But yeah, I'm not gonna make fun of somebody for liking it. You're allowed to like it, obviously. Don't let people shit on your dreams. If something appeals to you, it's probably cool as hell. And if they're like, that's stupid and for babies, then they don't know what they're talking about. I like Bluey. I have a Bluey. I literally have a Bluey Snuggie thing that just drapes over my shoulders when I'm slightly cold, but I don't want a blanket, but I also don't want to put on a sweatshirt. I got it in a white elephant. I didn't like go out of my way to get it. But also, I love Bluey. Like, I'm not gonna let people make fun of me for the things that I like. Bluey's adorable, and it teaches life lessons, and children love her. She's so cute! Me too, I have a katana. I unsheathed my katana. Okay. I'm literally animating Sonic the Hedgehog. Like, of anybody, am the one to be made fun of. But that shit doesn't bother me. I'm gonna have this go. I need to get rid of this arm. The foot placement is more important currently. This is the left foot. This becomes his right foot. I need to change the... I need to change the body. to rotate the head too? No, I like where the head is. Nail this posing. Really want the arm to turn on a dime where his fingers change orientation. It's gonna have to come this way. I'm gonna have to extend the canvas out, but I want the fingers to slide and his arm to come out a little bit more. Skid around that turn. His heel comes up, and then that's his left leg back there. And then this is his left foot here. Oh wait, that's right. Yes, because this is then... I want to do like a very quick heel coming off the ground. I've been meeting so many random people on Discord through this collab who are so good at animating, it's simultaneously aggravating and inspiring. That is the struggle, is to just be in constant contempt of other people, and you're just like, I hate that you're better than me, but I'll be as good as you one day, and then you'll be better then. It sucks. I'll never catch up. But you can always try. Invite him to the Discord. No, don't actually do that. That's annoying. Don't be that guy who's like, oh, I would love to have more people, but also, you know, he'll find it naturally. It's fine. Do a full, like, what is off the ground. but half my issue is like they tell me I'm really good, and I look at their work and can't tell if they're patronizing me or not. I think most artists are gonna be honest when it comes to seeing your stuff, because like there's no reason to lie about that. Like, in the same way that you feel envious of other people's skills, I'll say this. Usually when somebody is better equipped or, more versed in certain areas, they have that expertise necessary to tell people whether or not they're actually good. And by the time you're at that level, you have absolutely no reason to lie, or like, you've been through it yourself, so you shouldn't be a dick about it. Like, generally speaking, most people aren't going to be a douchebag when it comes to actually encouraging you, hopefully. There are some people who are shitty about it, but like, in college, like, people were really cool. People had their niches that people would then go to about expertise. Like, they would go, hey, I know you work with this. Can you lend me any advice or whatever? And just you being interested in what they have to say or what they're making is enough for them to see the sincerity and actually, address that and see your work and go, oh, that's awesome. I've been there before. I've done this, and I think that's just a general demeanor that most artists have, is that like, art is collaborative, art is inspired by the world around us, and so you don't have any incentive to be a dick. You have every incentive to be collaborative, to be communicative, to be helpful, right? For instance, if I know that I'm better than somebody at something, I want to help teach them, because then I am getting better in teaching, right? I reinforce the things that I know by relaying that information. And so it only hurts me to be sarcastic about that, to be mean, to be overly critical of something. So I don't do that. Why would I hinder myself? Why would I? Because I nitpick myself more than I nitpick anybody else. I don't do that. And I think it is similar to the idea of like, when you look in the mirror and you notice like a blemish or whatever, you see a zit and you're like, oh God, my life is over. And it's like, nobody else is going to notice that. You're the only one who notices that, because you're the only one looking at your face long enough to care. And also, you're so much more familiar with that thing than anybody else is. So you have a more vested interest in that thing. And I think that applies to your art, because art is a reflection of ourselves. And so I think we are overly critical of ourselves, hopefully, because that's not much better than being like not critical at all of yourself, and you're just making stuff and you're like, everybody loves me and I'm the best, It's so much better to be critical of yourself, because then you know sincerely when you're being successful, sincerely when you know that you're not making whatever it is that you're making work. If you're not reaching whatever goal it is that you're looking for, then you can be honest with yourself. So it's much better to be critical of yourself, and that you are hesitant in receiving other people's praise is evidence of the fact that you are sincere, and that is good. You should be not wary, but it is indicative of what it is that you then think of your own work, right? And so, all that to say, I think they made it. I think they're being sincere. I don't think people would be pulling one over on you. I think they actually appreciate it. Also, you're working collaboratively, so why would they be a dick and then ask you to do something for them? You know what I mean? Like, don't spit in the face of the person that you're helping, or is helping you. You have imposter syndrome? Yeah, I mean, I think everybody does at some point. I do too. It took me a long time to actually get comfortable. Like, I only just recently started doing this, putting myself out there more and, making more stuff, and then I was immediately rewarded. So obviously I was like, oh, sick. I've been a recluse for no reason, and I could have been posting way more often and having more conversations with other artists and thriving, but instead I punished myself for no reason. You should just, be cool and honest and out there. And usually, if you're being yourself and you've got the skills and the time put in, it'll show. I think my confusion comes from when I said I want to animate like you, and they said the same thing right back. It feels weird. I think the best way to explain that is that everybody has a different technique or a different approach or a different upbringing in some form. And so you probably both have different approaches, and you can both learn something from each other, and that is the best time to be communicative, to be communal, to be sharing that information, and they mean it and you mean it, so that's sincere, you know what I mean? Like, there's no other way to put that other than, like, that's just the best experience, is to have another artist who you are on the same level with, because I feel like I've constantly been chasing a level that I can't get to. I'm not on the same, like, I don't want to say fame level, but like, there's artists that I don't feel that I could get on their radar, you know what I mean, to ask them about advice or to look at my stuff for feedback, or, you know what I mean, like, so that's where I want to get to, is a point where I can then be on somebody's level to be like, hey, could I work on a project with you? I'll do it for pennies. I'll do, you know what I mean? Because there's so many people that are so inspirational to me, and I want nothing more than to be able to work alongside them, because that's when you learn the most, is when you're working with people who, one, you respect, and two, you know are better than you, because then you have to work at the best level. Not the most easily accessible example, but like, I used to play soccer, and I felt like when I was playing with people who were better, like when I was playing either on a team with people who were better or against people who were better, it forced me to play my best. Not because I wanted to win, but because in the speed of the game picking up, the pace picked up, and so I had to keep up. And at those points, when it was the fast pace, I could keep up, and that meant that I did have the skill necessary, and it made me feel like every other time that I had ever played, something was off, like I had always been held back by something, or, you know, because, not to say I was better than everybody on my team, but that it requires that everybody be on the same wavelength, and so in those moments of pressure, in those moments of high intensity, everybody has to make those decisions, and then that makes it shine through better, because under that crunch, you are forced to make decisions, and so you make your best decision because of that pressure. You make the most accurate, the most well-read decision at that point, because you have no other option. You don't have the time to debate about it. You can't be hesitant. You can't double think yourself. You can't overthink the situation. You have to do it. You just have to do it. And so everything that you've ever practiced, everything that ever has come into play, you have to just do that, and just whatever is second nature to you will come through. And so that just is an instance in which you will behave to your skill level. You can play up or you can play down. I found that I could play up pretty often. In high school, my high school team was different than my select soccer team, in that select soccer was people who wanted to play soccer, right? They went out of their way to find a club to play with. Whereas high school was like, I don't have anything to do after class, I'm gonna go play soccer, you know what I mean? So there were a lot less people who were super dedicated in high school, and so playing between select and high school, select was much better soccer. High school was just people throwing each other at each other, and it was bad. We were just knocking heads, fighting, whatever. Like, it wasn't clean, it was very sloppy, it wasn't fun soccer. But select, I was playing against some of the best people in the country, and so I knew that I had to play my best. And so that was when I did. I made better plays, the team worked better together. It was just a more clean experience. And those were moments where I was like, that's an amazing player. I cannot believe I am playing in the same game as that guy. I have to prove myself. I have to keep up with him, And that applies to this. Sorry, that was a long rant. Hello, welcome in. How's it going? I think it's because we can identify things we struggle with in others. It's really good at. Crazy though, like some of the people I've met have contacted people like Chris and the one who have done insane work and stuff like One Piece and JJK. Whoa, that's awesome. Going good. What are you working on? I am working on Sonic. I don't know if you've seen saw my Sonic. I will hide this. All my layers. Hide that. My Sonic that I used as my guinea pig for the social media video that I put out, analyzing how different social medias research or react to certain images. So yeah, that's my Sonic. and I'm animating him currently because my Discord monthly challenge is speed, and so I figured I would put that into practice. I think I might move this one a little bit closer. Move that arm back more, show more palms here. Oops. All a little bit this way to keep that shape more in line. And then this one I need to make it to a little better. Ooh, nice! It's looking sick. Thank you very much. It's going. Oh, sorry, backwards. That's the video that actually drew me to the Discord. Well, I'm glad it worked. Good God, I drank this whole thing twice today already. It's hot up here. But yeah, I just wanted to do a quick little animation. For speed, there were a couple of people who saw the video initially, and since I've been posting mostly animation on my YouTube, they just assumed that it was animated by the thumbnail. They were like, oh, the animator made an animation, but it was an illustration, and so people were disappointed. They were like, oh, I thought you animated it. So I'm going back and I'm animating it. I've been inspired. A lot of the times, I just get my ideas from the people. Because I really didn't have any... I don't think I had an inkling of even wanting to animate this, but also I had been put off from the idea because I hadn't used any graphic brushes in Toon Boom, and so for the illustration piece, I did very, flowy. This brush is very amorphous to get these little textures, right? And I didn't have any textured brushes, and so I was hesitant, but then I figured out how to import the textured brush from Photoshop to Toon Boom, and then I figured out how to import them to Clip Studio Paint. And so this is a bit of an exercise in learning Clip Studio Paint and doing a quick little animation. So. Let's do this one, and then we'll go. Subscribed, followed, liked, shared, retweeted. Thank you very much. Join the Discord as well. Should be in the bio. I appreciate everyone's support. Now, it's interesting that you subscribed because it didn't show up on the stream, and I feel like I'm having an error on my end because I think somebody last week also subscribed and it didn't show up, but... Oh! Gotcha. Well, welcome. Do a shout out during the break, but I had a conversation. Ah, you're fine. I appreciate it. Nope. This needs to be. Let's see how that reads. I'm gonna export this and play it. That might be okay. I know that it doesn't look super cohesive. I think the foot needs to be bigger. Actually, it also needs to be... That's his left foot. Yeah, it needs to come out and then back in. I'm working very roughly. Clean it up when I do another pass. See how this looks in practice. Yeah, it doesn't look great in Engine. I need to export, see what happens. Looks. Forget that it doesn't loop automatically. Honestly, I think once I fill that in, that might actually read pretty well with the silhouette. Like, that trailing foot is nice. I don't hate it. Do not hate it. I feel like it needs some anticipation before the final run-up. Yeah, I was thinking about maybe I extend this one more and just scooch it over. Might do that. Add a frame here. Do a new animation style. What are you talking about? I can't do a new animation style. Yep. If I scoot this one, just hold those. It might work. This. Damn it. Honestly, I might be able to get away with one more skid. And if I do a hold, so something that I've been working on is recognizing that it's super helpful to have at least one thing moving at a time, because if you have two things moving, the audience can't necessarily follow it. And so it's a good idea that if you're trying to sell a movement, that you do one and then you have a reaction as a separate movement. So for instance, your character is standing still, but their hair is blowing in the wind, right? And then the character starts moving, and then the hair kind of defaults to just an idle. You know, there's just some passing. But since they're paying more attention to the head now, talking or whatever, they're not necessarily paying attention to the hair, and vice versa. So here, for instance, I knew that hold on that skid, and then since that's not technically being animated, there's no action happening there, I can animate the smoke coming off of them and have that billow, and then that becomes the center of focus for a second as something to be moving, so that people aren't like, oh, you're not animating, you know? Yes, not necessarily to cover up any action. You don't want to obscure anything, but that does help make it feel more lively, even if you're cheating. I found that often with dialogue, where dialogue in a room where people are just sitting across from each other and their mouth is the only thing that's moving, super boring. But if you have something in the background moving, or if they're, let's say, traveling on a horse, in a car, whatever, as long as there's something moving, it genuinely, my brain doesn't register that they're skimping on the animation process, right? Because there's something happening. There was effort involved. Even if it's less effort than normal, it's still more effort than just sitting still, right? Dragging a PNG across the screen, blue lock. And I genuinely believe that was an issue that people had, is that everything was moving simultaneously, but it was all moving simultaneously at the same rate. It was all moving Like, it was all slow-mo, but nothing was moving secondarily. They were all PNGs. If it was that one person was a PNG and then somebody else was moving on ones or twos, you know, they would have been a lot more likely to get away with that, right? They could have, people would let that slide because then it's changing your focus and you're focusing on that. And you would use that with intention. You would go, I'm going to do this on twos. That's going to draw the eye. That's going to be my focus point for that instance. That's just what I've found, personally. Another reason to glaze Nakamura, he's really good at selling background motion with very slow but significant character movement. Yes, absolutely. We discussed that at some point, I believe, but yeah. Probably... Oh, you know what? I just realized I didn't extend this one when I substituted it. So that should be on twos. That's on... Yes, that's on ones, that's on twos, that's on ones. Technically. Ones. I might have this one on a 2 to sell the skid, where it's acceleration, slow, fast out, right? Let's try that. Now that I've fixed 2 different things. Export. Oops. There we go. Oh. Alright, let's try this. On that second one where I hold, I might change it just very briefly. Like I might do another, an anticipation into the next one where he like leans forward a little bit, just slightly move something to add into that momentum. But I do think that that helps. And I do also believe that once I actually get some color on this, it'll look a lot better too. You know what? Let me in between one. Let me in between this. Let's do new drawing. And I can do some flyaways on that other in between as well. I want that hand to be I want that hand to stay where it is. Like he's swinging it back that way. I'll move it a little bit so it doesn't look too stagnant. I'm going for. To be honest, that looks clean as shit. If I'm seeing it the way that I'm seeing it. It's like he's ice skating. And that's exactly what I want. I'm gonna have to fix this shoe. Perspective is kind of wonky. Alright, let's see how this works. Please lose it. That was enough time to process. Ooh! Oh shit. Maybe one in between behind the high leg and the slide. Like right there. Right. Ah, nailed it. Come on. One in between right here. That's a good thought. Yeah, that is kind of drastic, but I like the force of that because that does lend itself to the skid. I don't want to slow it down too much, but anyway. This also there's something. jarring about it. See what happens. I feel like it's so fast to my benefit that it's implied. I think it's fine. Honestly, I might make it a little bit bigger and closer to that impact. Trying to think. I need to squash this more. I might need to stretch this more too. Move this over a little bit. Is that on ones? No, it's on twos. Yeah, that's definitely two. Yeah, maybe I do a single frame right there in between. Approaching the ground, just like here, might work. We'll throw one in, we'll try it, see what happens. Yeah, reads a little clunky there. Maybe put smears or something. Could do smears. I feel like I'll just do another. I think I'll do another frame on ones. I think that'll be fine. I think there at the end, the head should stay low so it feels like he's going forward. I see. So right here, you want his face still in screen, just a little bit. Let's do that. Let's move. I like this leg back here. Oops. What is it? M. No. It's on the wrong page. Ooh. Where's my select? Oh, I have it. There we go. It's a little bigger. Let me change this real quick. Ratio. Why are we duplicating? What is happening? Do I have two frames visible right now? I don't know what's happening. I'm new to this. This is probably the dirtiest layer layout, and any actual professional Clip Studio Paint artist would be killing me if they knew me. Okay, it was just being funny. This. See, I just don't know. Maybe I just scrap it. I'll replace it. We'll do a different frame. Extend it, and then I'll reduce it. Let's do a new frame. I will get rid of that if I decide. That's the shape I'm looking for. Good lord, sometimes it just takes a minute. Yeah, we'll fix that back out later. Could do a classic what's that? The loop where his legs just kind of turn into the, you know. See how I would do that. Let's go front. I think the loop only works if it's on screen for a while. Yeah, maybe smears work better. Not sure you're the professional. I'm not a professional. Well, I guess I am a professional. I've made some money off of this. Yeah, I was just confused as to where I would put the shoes. That was more just a joke. But, you know, the loop is kind of smears, right? And the fact that the shoe before didn't necessarily look amazing, and it still worked, because this is only one frame, right? So I just want to see what happens. Just for fun. It will probably look like shit, but we're going to try it. Also, I was going to do this. Let me extend that one. And oh, hello. There we go. Work. There's no anticipation in the run cycle there, right? No, that is just a continuous run. So no anticipation really necessary. It should work fine as a smear. We'll see. The way that the front leg hits and the back leg kind of swings through to the back. I think that's nice. Yeah, let me Oh, you can. Neat. Alright, I was wondering if you could do perspective, and you can. Super useful. Like I'm popping up instead of down. Here. Here. Alright, let's see how that loop looks. See how that leg loop works. It might look like shit. But I feel like it's so close to the screen that it's not gonna super read. As long as, because also keep in mind that that loop will be fully red, and so will the shoe. So at the very least, the color anticipation is there, where it will be red for 1, 2, 3 frames. I think it might work. Let's find out. Also, I gotta pay homage where I can, you know? You gotta give him something. Oops. That won't do anything. And you know what I mean? Like, nothing really reads at that size anyway, because it's all on ones, and it's approaching the screen at a very rapid pace, so it literally is just like a shape approaching you at that speed. But I do think that that in between the popping out of the ball and the slide was a good idea. I appreciate the feedback. And I might go back and I don't know if I like his face in the frame still. I feel like it doesn't sell the speed as well. I feel like he should, at that speed, at that size, where his foot is, his face should be out of the frame. Maybe I just didn't like the shape of the foot in the other one. But I do like that. Let's see if I can catch it. Damn. Still off. Oh, that was not where the timer was. Anyway. I do like that that's a little, something or other. There's a little so-and-so in there, if anybody does pause it at the right time. I might tilt it more this way so that he's got the momentum going with it. But I think I'm going to take his head out of it. I think his head would be, if it was in frame, it would be way up this way. Like, you would probably, I could do just chin. I could do just snoot and keep it. Let's see what happens. I do also like that you can kind of see them overlap. Just a little bigger. I didn't like the other one because it felt like he was bouncing up as opposed to moving forward. That is a good call. I do want to keep him low to the ground. You are correct. However, I still have to work with perspective. So I need to figure out a good balance there. Oh. So let's just check this out. Uh, so that you'll only really see the eye, which is nice, because then I can do my classic eye smear. I'm the eye guy. Also don't like the fist overlapping. Oh, that's right. I was gonna also tilt that. Make that shape a little more obvious. That's better. Then let's take this. Problem is, if I make it wider, then it changes the perspective. Let's see what that looks like. That's all it's going to show. Here's where we'll use the edge of the frame to our advantage. I don't need to show where that arm's going. because it's backing off. Let's see how that looks. Was there something else I was going to fix? I changed the squash and stretch. I added that in between. This is why I need you guys here, because I would lose my head if I wasn't screwed on. Maybe I do one on you. Maybe I just do one for you. Let's see what happens. Because those kind of blend together, so it just does something. We'll find out. Okay. Nobody's got any other complaints. I'm going to render this out and see what happens. I say that sarcastically. I know. You guys are genuinely giving me feedback. I don't mean to bash on you. Giving me actual feedback. I appreciate it. I would be so bored if nobody else was here to give me the time of day. Oh, shit. Hold on. He's too fast. See, like, it doesn't even read as the spiral. It's just a matter of taking up space. The head does sell the fact that it's in front and that he's still low to the ground. I think it works. I think it works. I think the only way that I'm going to find out is if I render it a little bit better. If I just start getting to work on the painterly pass, you know? I love the way he just skates around that corner. Super clean. You know what gets me? It's that he falls faster than he jumps. I see what you're saying. Yes, I do have a lot of anticipation on the jump. But I want to deliver the idea that as soon as he touches the ground, he's speeding off. Like, you know what I mean? I don't want him in the air for too long because then he loses that momentum. We'll see what happens. If I get to the final stage and the only difference is one frame, I will go back and fix it. But I really like the delivery on it. I like there's a bit of a stigma. There's a lesson of animation, not animation specifically, but in cinematography in general. You don't want to bounce between both sides of the frame. But I like that I'm doing it. I'm allowed to do it. You're not. No, there's just this thought that, like, it's too hard to follow. But I think if I have him lag, because he's moving in perspective forward, it's a lot cleaner, and at the very least, it's more dynamic than him just approaching forward. Initially, I did kind of just have him come off from the side, so if this doesn't deliver well, I can make an alternate version where he just slides in and kind of just holds that pose, and literally I can have just like one frame here and then just get him over here skidding. And I might do one where he's like lower to the ground, like his head is lower and then he pops up and then comes around. But yeah, I think it's pretty good. I think I'm happy with what I have so far. And this was all like, what, 3 hours? 2 hours? 3 hours? That's pretty good. Especially in a program that I'm not familiar with. It does help that it has a lot of similarities with Photoshop. And I do like that I don't confuse it with Toon Boom, where I'm doing the 1 and 2 for zooming. That is a plus, for sure. Although this is jarring, where I have to use my numpad for the back and forth from frames. But yeah, we'll just keep working on it. We'll just keep ideating. Honestly, I put this back a little bit. bring the head down a little bit. I wonder if it saves what's off screen, off canvas. Gonna find out. Nope. Good to know. Don't move anything that you like off of canvas. And then move this hand down a little more. Do that. This arm is forward and then swinging back. Yeah, that still delivers. I think that's fine. Was there... I forgot again. Is there something else? I'm gonna run this back one more time. And then I think I'm gonna dip. I think 5 hours is good. I think this is a good stopping point. So then next time I can come back and do cleanup. And just work on the painting of it. See how that works in Clip Studio Paint. And then, yeah. Although Friday we're going to do character wheel, so you better be here with your character submissions. I think I'm going to make that standard, is that until I run out of characters, or at least until I'm done, until I'm not entertained by this, I'm just going to keep doing character wheel every Friday, because I think it's fun. And I also have a shorter period of time on Friday. I have plans. So yeah. I think it's just nice. A nice little chill, hang out. It's Friday. Everybody's off work. Everybody can participate a little bit. And then we can start discussing, like, moving into like games, if people want to do games at some point. Oh, that's what I was doing. So silly. Are you still doing it for 1 minute per character? I think I am. I think I'm still going to do 1 minute per character, and I'll just do every character for a minute, and then once I've cleared the wheel, if we don't get a huge influx of people adding characters, then I will go back through with each character and just do it again at a longer time frame. And I'm hoping that it's not to the point where, here's what I'm hoping. It's a fun little exercise. It is still useful. There is a utility to it in copying styles so that you can then work on a production of somebody else's artwork, right? And I want to be able to do that because I'm not necessarily trying to keep one style based on each of these characters. Like, I'm not trying to take and then utilize a style. I'm just trying to analyze and then use for that small period of time. So I think it's fine that it's leaving my head as soon as it goes in. And I think that helps having a short period of time and doing so many characters. The only issue being, if I go back and do it at a longer exposure, I don't know that it'll specifically be that I've gotten better. I think it'll just be a show of that now that I have more time to work on the characters, then they are more well developed, and that's all it has to be. But it's not that I'm specifically practicing to get better with each of those characters specifically. It's just the idea of taking that short amount of time, how quickly can I analyze it and turn it into shapes that I then can reproduce very quickly and then move on. I don't want to get so caught up that I'm accidentally taking parts of those characters into my own art, right? So I think it'll be fine. I think it's fine. It's whatever. Just a fun little exercise. I want to get through because I do notice that I'm bad at certain characters, and so there is an improvement to be had. I don't know if it's just a matter of timing. I don't know if it's a matter of the exposure isn't long enough, right? For some of them, I do believe that is the case. Like, I mean, Sephiroth was the first one that I did that day, and I was rough. I was rusty. I should probably do a couple warm-ups before I start, if it's something like that. But I think more time would be great. But that's kind of the point of the thing, is that I don't have time. It's to put me under pressure. Because then it's even more impressive if I nail it, right? If there's some character that I just know. Because Mirko I did pretty solid, and she had just about as much detail as Sephiroth. I feel like I play blasted that and I didn't even show what I just did. Got distracted. Saw something that I wanted to fix. R.I.P. Sephiroth. I think it would be nice to find a sweet spot, sort of a time that is a challenge, but long enough to be satisfied with the end result, looking more like the character. Yes, it's just kind of hard to judge because there are so many characters that are so varied, and so there's no knowing how much time I need for each one until I've done them at least once. I can kind of assess, I can go, wow, that's kind of complicated, that's going to need more time, but I think it is still fun I can find the sweet spot per character, right? I can go, okay, Sephiroth needs more time, for sure, but, like, Mac, I could get done in 45 seconds once I get the shape of his head down, right? And so I think my sweet spot for certain characters is probably going to be 2 minutes. But we'll try that next time. Because I think 5 is too much. 5 is too much freedom for me. I'll get too caught up. And I think I'll run out of things to do, and then I will start abstracting the style that I'm trying to copy, and that'll be when it's a problem, right? So, because then I'll just be like, okay, here's, I'm thinking, character that came to mind was Ralsei, where I was like, okay, I got him down in a minute, right? But if I were to have more time, there's not too much I would change other than just adding detail. And that, then I would be abstracting more from the character itself. And so there I'm losing the idea that I was trying to go for. Then it would be leaning more into concept art, right? So I don't want to do that, personally. But we'll just keep going. I think I'll clear the board. I've got like 60 left. I try and do... If I do 10 per character at 1 minute each, I can do like 5 or 6 characters. Is that right? Is that the correct math? No, that's only 10 minutes. I was thinking hours. What the hell? If I go for like 4 hours, 10 characters per minute, I could get like 20 done, right? As long as I don't take too long to analyze them, because I was taking a while last time. Anyway, let's play this. I agree, 5 minutes is too long, at least in what you're doing. Okay. I do like where his head is now, at that final frame. I like that it's still low. I like that his fist is still there. I think I can add a smear here between this fist and this fist, right? Right. What? I can do an arc off the screen. It's not about the time, it's about the experience, correct? I like the skid. I like the pop out of the ball. Honestly, feel like the pop out of the ball should be faster. That's me personally. I feel like it's a little slow. I think I have too many frames. I think I take one frame out, probably... I think I take... Because I took one of these out, but I kept two. Oh, this is two. I might take one of these out. Not that one. I think I'll take this if this has 2 frames. Let me check. No, that's only one. That's one. That's one. Let me try. Let me try and take this one out. Let's see what happens. I'll save it separately and we'll see if we can spot the difference. Eyes. Okay. Honestly, I think that keeps the speed a lot better. I don't know. I need some advice. I need some input. Guide me. Here, let me put them side by side. They won't line up because there will be one that's 1 frame off. Will it let me open both at once? You know what I can do? Let's see what happens. No, god damn it. Sucks. Alright, we'll just open this in video. Let's do, is it media player? No. Hold on. VLC media player. Or VCL. VLC media player. No, not right now. No. Loop. Okay. Shrink it. Or this is why we download multiple video file formats. Footage. We do side by sides. We would make it bigger for no reason. Stop it. What is happening right now? Stop. Oh my god, what happened? What happened? It made it so long. Hold on. Before you get too excited. Good lord. Things I do for love. Okay. You guys can't really see over there, can you? All this setup. Ah, still pretty off the screen, huh? I almost just closed that and it would have ruined the entire experience. There we go. Okay. More or less. No! Oh my god. Fuck it, I'm putting this one on top. Every time it closes, it opens a new instance. That's insane. I'll use a different format. Jesus Christ. Gotta go fast. It's a small difference, but I think it works. Hold on. I do QuickTime Player? Windows Media Player. Wow, Windows Media Player automatically loops. That's kind of cool. This is so jarring. There's Windows Media Player, there's Media Player, there's VLC Media Player. Literally just one frame off. Oh my god, it's lagging. But see how he's floaty in that first one? I don't know. Gotta go fast. I don't know. I like the fast one. I like where he's not in the air for very long because his whole thing is just popping out. He doesn't like to be in the air. He's got to be touching the... He's in the dirt. He's touching the dirt so he can move. Very specifically, that's why he doesn't like swimming. Because his feet don't touch the ground. And that's why he only flies with Tails, because Tails is reliable. He trusts Tails. That's why he lets him take him off the ground, but he's so insecure about it. God, I love Sonic. He's so cute. He has so much lore. He's just like me for real. He doesn't like swimming. Oh my god, I played through Fire Force twice. Okay, yeah, we'll do... I like the second one. I'll delete that other one, just so I don't forget. And I believe this is saved from that frame rate. It was... Yes, I did one frame. Yeah, I like it. Because these two are so similar. This one and this one are similar enough that it's fine. Because this is... Essentially, this is just an in-between from this to this. That's just Bouncing Ball 101, right? I don't know. Okay, anyway. I think that's all I got for today. Yep, that's all I got for today. That's all I have for today. Jesus. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you stopping by. Hopefully you learned something. Hopefully you had fun. I had fun. I finished a project and a half. That was the hard part. That's the hard part of animating, is the layout, right? Once you get the timing down, the rest of it's just menial labor. You just gotta crank out all of the painting frames, which is still hard. It's gonna be rough, but I'll figure it out. I must leave now. I know you're already out the door too. I'll catch you next time. Hope you had a good one. I did. I hope you did too. You did have fun. Excellent. I did it then. Mission accomplished. Cool. All right. I will see you next time. Hopefully you learned something. If you didn't, stop by next time. I'll teach you something. Bye.